Oh, Indy, we got in trouble for that one, didn't we? I'll be with you in a moment. So chat, good evening, good morning, or good afternoon to you. I have no idea what time it is for you. Indeed, we got ourselves in a spot of trouble there in Chris's stream. How is everyone doing today? I'm just configuring a new command, which I'm gonna have to put somewhere in, maybe in the stream title. Let's do that. It's better than song. 9:04 p.m. here. Also, it is good evening for you then. That's good to know, Indy. Yoast, welcome back. Doing great, shipped a feature for the side project. Is that your Twitch streamers index? Feel free to link that in chat, Yoast, that's no problem. I highly support you. I tried to tag you on the data analysis thing on Twitter, but you are not on Twitter. I actually am on Twitter, but I don't use it. I mean, I have a username, then, if that makes sense. I should probably switch scenes. Hello, chat. Good afternoon, Adrian. I don't really use Twitter, Yoast, because I find it a very toxic and polarizing place where people's opinions are essentially white or black and nothing in between. And I don't really agree with that. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to showcase some special things. So, or talk about two things. So one, if you caught my co-stream yesterday with Lola, it's probably still too early for her, but definitely go follow Lola's channel because we will be doing another co-stream. I can't say when exactly it will be, but sometime in the next 2 weeks we'll be doing another co-stream. And yeah, I will most probably again be appearing on her channel, so I don't stream it on my channel. She streams and then brings me in as a yeah, on Discord, just as a bystander, if you will. Thank you, Amdev, for sending good vibes. Yoast, my suggestion was it would be good to look at stream history and see how many people give up live streaming after a few sessions if they have nobody viewing their early streams. Oh yeah, stream churn. That was one of the ideas I had written down as well, Yoast. Hey Adrian, thanks for the follow. Panther, you're not allowed to throw iron balls, okay? There are enough, you have enough points to be able to afford the new option, which is throwing a paper ball. You're definitely able to afford that. And look, I've even set it up in a way that it aims for my head most of the time. Sometimes, not always. I do what I want. Yes, we know you do what you want. Oh, so that didn't work? Definitely should have worked. Interesting. I don't think it worked. Did it work? Did you see a paper ball throw? That was poor. I can refund it, I think. Oh, you saw the ball. Okay. So it does work. What have I done? I'm also pretty certain there's a sound effect. I don't know how loud it is. I've tried to sort of adjust it so it's loud enough, but I can't really monitor everything that's happening. I made it easier for you to find SQL streams, even if they are offline. Oh. Good level. Memes. I heard the sounds, it just doesn't go very high. Yeah, so... I want Panther to know this, because I think it's important. This paper ball animation, okay, I spent 3 hours doing this. I actually cut out a paper ball from a green screen animated video, and the way the video is cut, it has something in the foreground, so I could only take the first few seconds of the ball flying in, and I had to find the right online tools to like auto remove the green screen so that it's an alpha background so that I could use it in OBS as an overlay. So I spent 3 hours doing this just for you. And shout out to White Panther, our queen. Now, if you decide to leave Twitch, I will be severely disappointed after your hiatus in August. But of course, if you decide to grace us with your presence and stay here, we will all be supremely, supremely pleased. Splashly, I'm so glad that you made it. It must be middle of the afternoon for you, right? The most important thing is that it works. There is also a second reward, which I'm trying out, which is our friend Karen. Karen says stuff via TTS. For the moment, I've kept it that I get final say about whether Karen says things or not, and I've put it at a certain price so that it doesn't get spammed. Royalty in my presence, indeed. So I get an A for effort. Is that the top mark, White Panther? I would be very concerned if that's not the top mark. Remove.bg. I used some similar service. It was for video, so it was complicated. I ended up having to fuse MP3 and GIF together because I got a sound effect separately from the video, because the video was without sound. Yeah, so that was a good afternoon's work. Let's put it that way. Yeah, so I think with that song ending, we can probably go over to what we're going to be doing today. If anybody even wants to do that, I don't know. Does anybody even want to do that? It's up to you. I mean, I'm happy to listen to chat's suggestions. I guess White Panther's just gonna throw paper balls at me all evening. That's fine. Waste your channel points with paper balls and don't spend them on the bunny cam challenge, for example, you know. That's why you have no more channel points. Thank you for sending good vibes, Splashly. I appreciate it. It literally does nothing. It just sends me good vibes. I mean, that's not nothing, you know. The first thing I wanted to do... Oh, Indy, that's great. Oh, man. Did I have time to review what was wrong with the function we did yesterday in Lola's stream? Yes, I did. And there was nothing wrong with it. I'll tell you what happened. I will even switch so that that should have been a smoother transition. Excuse me. 1 second. That was not correct. That was definitely not correct. All right, here we go. So this time it'll be proper. So we'll do the proper animation thingy, right? Okay, here we go. All right. So the what we had assumed is that this function wasn't working. Yesterday in Lola's stream, we did we have this data set which is from Reddit, called Data is Beautiful subreddit. We have all these posts. So we have these posts from, yeah, certain dates, and all the dates are in UTC, in Unix, in epoch timestamp. And so we wanted to convert it to a human readable date. So we used the toTimestamp function, and we wanted to know what is the earliest and latest date in in this data set. And we were doing min-max, and we got this result. Is that readable, chat? Is it too small? I increased it a little bit. Looking on screen should be okay now. And we were reading this going, why is it only returning dates from February? It doesn't make any sense. And then chat, today I ran this again. Okay, I ran the same code again. And chat, look at this. Chat, this is 2012. It's not 2021. Lola and I, and honestly, you as well, chat, like, if you were there, you are also to blame for this, because nobody saw that this is actually 2012 and not 2021. We thought we were just seeing 2 days, but what we're seeing is almost 10 years worth of posts. So yeah, I'm definitely laying blame all over the place, MDev. That's a little bit fire, I would say. You know, it was definitely like a huge fail from chat. That was pretty nasty that nobody noticed that, especially because we talked about it for like 10 minutes. I went to look at the VOD when I watched it afterwards. So luckily I was able to find that today, and yeah, that was good. So I sent Lola a message today saying we were stupid. I figured it out, and yeah, so that's it. We did it. Thank you for throwing a paper ball, Panther. I appreciate it. So yeah, so that is done and dusted.
Perfect.
Exactly, Indy. Exactly. So what are we doing today? This is actually a nice example of what we're going to be doing today, actually. What we're going to be doing today is contributing to an open source project. So let me just bring that up. This is not, that's Stream Deck. Nobody needs to see Stream Deck. Did anyone see Elgato's massive announcement thing yesterday? It was like 9 product releases or something in one day. So it's been dubbed like Elgato Day now. The most exciting thing I saw was this Wave XLR, which basically takes a XLR mic and converts it into an interface that you can use like a USB mic, and allows you to use their software, which is very good, I hear. So that's quite impressive. Yeah, very interesting. Obviously for anyone who streams full-time, not me. So let's go back to the beginning and go to count, because maybe no one's aware of count. And I know it's light mode. Gosh, how do I go to their website? I'm already logged in. What did I just log out? Okay. Today we conquered the data world. Yes. Thank you, Adrian, for your feedback. I'm quite happy that we figured it out. Okay, look, I'll make it smaller. Okay. Count, okay, is not Dracula's favorite command in SQL. Oh wait, that is another SQL joke. We need to add that one. We need to add that one to the joke repository. What is Dracula's favorite SQL command. Anyway, Count is a BI notebook. It's one of the ones I looked at in one of the previous streams. I don't remember which it was. There's probably a VOD on YouTube. I'm severely behind on my VOD because I like to make thumbnails for them. They're technically already uploaded. They're just private. I mean, unlisted. So I will hopefully get to that this weekend. They are Count as a BI notebook that allows you to write SQL as well as all the other things that you would want to write in a document, like explanations and things like that. So it connects to a database in the cloud and then allows you to write SQL. Very, very cool, and do visualizations. So it does like the whole thing. That's the kind of point around the BI notebook stuff. And what's really fun, so I'm on good terms with one of the co-founders, Ollie, and a few days ago they announced this. What is this, you ask? This is called SQL snippets. And if you write SQL, or any code for that matter, you'll be familiar with the idea of a code snippet. So a code snippet is meant to be reusable. You're meant to be able to kind of take it and recycle it over and over. Much like writing a function in JavaScript. If you write a function to, like, I don't know, parse a URL, for example, and into its different parts. So like protocol and all, you know, like when you look at a URL, you've got the protocol, and then you've got the domain name, and then the so this is called the host name, and the domain, and then the first part of the slash, and then maybe you've got query parameters and stuff like that, right? And hashes and all this kind of stuff. So if you wrote a function for that, and you would want to recycle that. Now, I've been experimenting locally with a snippet library for a while, but the problem is that you can't execute those snippets there. It's not possible for you because they're not in your IDE. And this is where their library comes in handy. The idea is that they have a library of SQL snippets that's maintained by them, but open for contribution for all of the different tools. So BigQuery, MS SQL, Postgres, Snowflake, and basically the idea is that people submit snippets to each of those. And if you look here, my name is already a contributor. And the reason is that I already submitted a snippet this afternoon. Yoast uses Table Plus, and my snippet situation is a mess. So you 100% know what I'm talking about, Yoast, right? And I don't know, Chad, if anyone else has this problem with code snippets. Oh, Splashly, what have you done? A SQL query goes to the bar, walks up to two tables and says, "Can I join you?" One of the oldest SQL jokes in the book. But I like it. I like it. I like it. So yeah, I contributed this afternoon to Postgres to one of the functions that was already there. It was using a weird, I think it was just, I don't know if it was a typo or if it was using some kind of function that I wasn't aware of, but it didn't match the expectations. So it was about using a case statement. So I actually replaced this function, or replaced this snippet. So this snippet would do exactly this. It would replace empty strings with nulls. So if you had a data set and you ran this part of the query, then you would replace the nulls. Now the nice thing, and I would say the nice thing and at the same time the challenge with SQL, is you can run a JavaScript function on its own without having anything around it. You don't need data for it. The problem you get with SQL is you need data to run the SQL function, because this on its own it doesn't know what to do with that if you haven't declared your data first. So the nice thing about SQL is that you can create a data frame first, like this, or you can provide a create statement, such as is the case with MS SQL, I believe. No, that's searching stored procedures. Let me find one where they've done that. BigQuery, JSON strings. Oh no, they've actually created them each time. So it kind of depends on maybe Snowflake. I don't know how they've done it. Parse URL, look at that. There's even a URL parsing function. Yeah, so here, for example, they actually haven't input URL as a URL itself, but they've just said here that you would put a URL string in there. So we have to somehow find a way to declare data first to be able to make the snippet useful. But what is very interesting, this whole thing is really new, like really new. It's just a few days old that they announced this. I think they only started working on this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And they've been collecting feedback from the community. And one of the feedbacks that they got quite often, or one of the pieces of feedback that they got, was that not everyone has a GitHub account. So I have pulled this down into I've forked this into my own repo. So if I go to my repository, don't want to show you the private ones. There we go. So these ones, this is my fork, right? And now I can just work with my local fork and, well, local. I can work with my fork and do pull requests to their repository, like I did today. And meaning that I can work with my files locally. So I have the SQL snippets in my GitHub folder, and now if I want to do, oh, what did I do here? If I want to look at one of these, I can go to my Postgres one, for example, replace empty strings with null, right? And I can open it here. And I have a markdown viewer because it's in markdown format. I can just look at the code, or I can look at the split view where I also see what it looks like in markdown, which is very nice. Or I can even execute, because I can say I have a Postgres connection, so I can execute it here in one of my consoles that's connected, and I get the result. So I can actually confirm that the code also works. And this without leaving my IDE. That's very convenient for me because I spend a lot of time here and I know how GitHub works. Joel! Hi Maddie, how's everything going? Missed your recent stream with Lola. Is there a VOD or should I just wait for the sequel? Very nice. That was actually a prequel, Joel, without being too punny. That was actually a prequel to the next stream that we will do. That was sort of a, not a test, but we wanted to make sure that things work. So we are going to do another one. The VOD, Lola will download the VOD for me, and I will be putting the VOD on my YouTube with her permission, I believe. I think she's okay with that. And yeah, so you can watch the VOD on her channel though. If you go to her channel, you can definitely just go watch it already, if you care to watch it. Indie Monkey says, speaking of SQL test data, I used the Chinook one for a long time. Is there a better data DB now? I'm not familiar with Chinook. What is that? That sounds interesting. In terms of testing, that's a whole nother discussion, I think. I actually did a SQL test-driven development stream once. Like, can we write SQL in like TDD style? TDD in the SQL. Sorry, I just have slight pain in my arm. like a sort of muscle cramp. All right. So this is quite comfortable for me to be able to, you know, because I have a Postgres and I can write my queries here, and this is probably how we'll be doing it today. But just to be also transparent, Count has launched, sorry for light mode, Count has launched this 3 hours ago, actually. So Ollie, one of the co-founders, he told me about this 3 hours ago, saying, so we discussed it first about, you know, me doing this on stream today. I said, hey, by the way, I'm going to be contributing. He's like, that's awesome, super cool, glad that you're contributing, blah, blah, blah. And about 2 hours ago, he wrote me saying, so actually we released it already. So they were very fast in listening to the feedback from the community. And what they've built is a discourse. I don't know if you're familiar with discourse. It's basically a forum format. So if I go to Postgres snippets, they look like, they look like kind of posts. So if I go to replace empty strings with nulls, then we see the code that I submitted. Like cooking recipes for SQL, exactly, Indie Monkey. It's exactly like that. So we see the code and we see the result. It's basically the same as Markdown. I actually believe this is Markdown. Like, I think in the background they've used the Markdown from GitHub. I don't know if it's auto-updated, to be honest, but we'll find that out shortly, I guess. And so what you can do here is you can actually discuss, which I think could be very useful as a format, because to be honest, like some of the more complicated recipes, if you will, could have a discussion component where each particular code snippet wouldn't be able to be commented on in GitHub as easily. So if we go to GitHub and we go to like Postgres, and someone wanted to ask a question about this particular thing that we're looking at, they can't really do anything here, right? And it also necessitates that you would have a GitHub account, which most analysts who are writing SQL probably do not. Therefore, this is just an assumption on my part. Therefore, the choice to go with discourse, I mean, something that's basically a UI for people to use, is really smart. That being said, I don't know how they're going to handle submissions here versus submissions in GitHub, but I'm going to submit all of my stuff today. I'm going to submit to GitHub directly with pull requests, because I prefer to do it that way. And if they want to decline the pull requests and just copy paste it or whatever, that's their deal. Like they're going to be managing this repository, so it's their decision. But I want to be able to write the SQL, test the SQL, and do all that stuff here within within my environment. You gave them your pineapple pizza recipe. Are you kidding though? Yeah, no flame wars about pineapple on pizza, but I'm impartial to it, actually. I really don't mind. Like if I get a pizza somewhere and it has pineapple on it, I'll eat it if I'm hungry, but I also probably wouldn't order it if I had a choice. You know what I mean? Like I'm just indifferent. So the idea is that we're gonna actually submit some queries to Postgres of things that we think are useful. And one of the things that I think is immensely useful is the conversion to timestamp, because it's quite common to get a Unix formatted time. So we're gonna actually use our query here. And for this, what I'm gonna do is basically just make a copy of this file. I don't know if I can do it here. I think I'll just do it in the directory. Where is that? I think I'll just do it in the directory. That's probably easiest. Postgres, here we go. So we'll make a copy of this. And I think we'll call it, what are we gonna call it? Convert epoch. Oh, they've used dashes, sorry. Convert epoch to timestamp. There we go. There we go. So now we have a file. Externally added files can be added to Git. Yeah, we'll always add. There we go. So now what I can do is I can close this. I can open this up. I think I'll close the database window because we don't really need that right now. So chat, the first thing we have to figure out is, can we explore this snippet? We cannot. So I don't have account workbook set up for that. I think that's something that they might set up. So I'm actually going to just leave this out for now. And I'm going to call this replace epoch / Unix formatted timestamps with human readable timestamps. Description. So it's nice to start a description. I will reference the Postgres documentation for toTimestamp afterwards. They've already got the nice formatting here, so that's good. No one's tried out Karen yet today, have they? I don't see. No requests. I'm just gonna draw this here. Is this too long a title? I think it's okay. Would be great if someone provided. I don't want to write that here. So actually I could just keep description. So an essential part of cleaning a new data source is deciding how to treat missing values. Often data sources will include epoch / Unix style timestamps or dates, which are not human readable. Human readable. Therefore, we want to convert these to standard to a different format. For example, to be used in charts or aggregation. Queries. You can see tab 9 suggesting text as I go along. So the case, okay, so we'll do toTimestamp function will allow us to do this with little effort. All right, so now we're going to go to Postgres documentation and see if we can find the link to timestamp. There we go. Timestamp. That's here. Is there a specific part? There's a lot of references to it. I don't know if there's a specific part in the documentation where they only talk about to timestamp, but we'll just go to here. And we'll keep this open because we're probably going to need it. All right. So we replace this link with this one. And now comes the fun part. So we have to write the query that does this. And for that, we need to first generate a data series with values in it. So let's take a look at this query. And let's take a look at our query that we wrote for Reddit yesterday. I'm going to put this one in here just as an example. So you see we have from Reddit, data is beautiful posts, min to timestamp, max to timestamp. Obviously, we don't want to do min max here. That's not important. What we do want to do is if we run, so with data as is creating a common table expression. So we want to create a data set with values in it. So what we'll do is we'll use this format here to actually supply Unix timestamps. Now the fun thing is we already have some Unix timestamps, so we can just do select star from Reddit, data is beautiful, limit 10. And if we execute this, relation does not exist. What's happening here? Excuse me? This is very strange. What's happening here? Oh, it's posts at the end. Yeah, I should have seen it was grayed out. All right, so we have some Unix timestamps here. Now I would like to randomize the order. So I'm just gonna pick like an ID to sort by, and that'll give us like random timestamps. We're gonna pick like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 is enough. So we'll just copy that. And when we copy this, we get this, you see? So we'll just take these and we'll go back to our trusty query here. Now for values, you see they're each in individual brackets. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to put these in here like this. So we're supplying 4 values as our single column. We don't need more than 1 column in this case. It will get more complicated once we need more than 1 column. There we will have to figure out how we do that. So this is called data. I actually saw this for the first time. So after aliasing something, you have this values and then as data, and then there's this str on the outside. I don't know exactly what they were doing there, to be honest, but I kept this notation because that notation worked, but I'm not really sure why it was done that way. So then this select part is no longer going to be the case when, right? We're going to do select to timestamp, and we're going to do str as a converted timestamp from data. So if we execute this, this should execute on its own. There we go. That's it. And that's our first snippet. So someone coming across Unix formatted times will be able to just take this snippet and know that it works. That's the cool part. It's not supremely amazing, but it is useful. And so we're going to write here converted timestamp. And we can see here we have the 4 values. I'm actually going to just copy those. Oops. Oh, get out of here. There we go. There we go. So we've got our first snippet done. Does anyone have any ideas for further snippets? It's very quiet today. Is everyone still alive? I think the pineapple pizza might have killed everyone. Okay. Splashly's alive. She threw paper. Yeah, if anyone has suggestions... Thank you, Panther. If anyone has suggestions for... Hey, Maddie V! Nice to see you. Also, should have done this before. Do definitely go follow Splashly, because she's a fellow Canadian, like myself, streamer, doing lots of cool code stuff, and I really, really, really enjoy Splashly's jelly bean stuff. I will say no more. You have to visit her stream to know more. And Maddie, how are you? And I'm not talking to myself. I'm actually talking to Maddie V. This way. Maddie is an awesome streamer, doing voice integration and a cool recipe thing and all kinds of cool stuff. Yoast, I use Postgres via Prisma and ran into some weird looking syntax for how to find an element in a list. On the Postgres side, it seems to map to something underscore text. What is Prisma? I'm actually not familiar with what that is. Has anyone noticed the blinking light here? Prisma is an ORM. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with it. So I don't know. I have no idea. Yoast, sorry. No clue about that one. So I think this looks good. Let's just check. Replace epoch Unix formatted timestamps with human readable time. Well, we don't need to say timestamps again. Let's just say ones. Okay. So this looks good, right? I think this is good. Our code executes. We're just going to double check. Don't want to submit poor code. Yep, converted timestamp gives us 4 values, which are actually sequential, but that's by accident. Oh, I solved the issue. I'm suggesting the sample snippet is around how to find elements in an array. No, that's a great suggestion. Mr. G, hello. Nice to see you. Glad that you could join. Foo any array. Yes, they have ones about getting last array element with select array and then nums array length nums1 from data. And they have one for JSON strings, which honestly I probably could have used. I really could have used something like this for parsing JSON stuff. I noticed the table here is broken, so we could probably fix that because the table's broken. So we could keep that one open. But for the moment, let's just submit this because this is now done. So you can see in my Git integration in DataGrip, I actually have the option to see all the changes, and I've added one file. Now I can go up here. I don't know. Oh, you probably can't see this because my head is on that. 1 second. So just here, there's a little button which says commit. And what this allows me to do is commit to my repo. So this is going to be add a timestamp conversion function template snippet. Uses to timestamp. Data is provided. No example count.co notebook as of yet. So I can commit and push this. Shh, don't tell anyone we did that. So commit and push. You can see all the stuff happening down here. So it's telling me that it's now pushed the commit to origin main. So let's go back. This is not good. So we're going to go up here to code. Now you see, so this branch is one commit ahead, one commit behind count main. So what I do, I'm just going to fetch and merge because I forgot to do that before because I'd added it was added into the thing. So yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. So if we go to pull requests, we can just do new pull request. And you'll see we're comparing. So if you're not familiar with Git, it's fine. We can also cover this very shortly. I'm basically comparing my repository now with Count's repository because I forked it, right? I made a fork. And what I'm doing is I've added this new file. And you see I've merged their branch into mine. So I'm adding a timestamp conversion snippet. So I'm going to create a pull request. It's going to pull my things. Oh, interesting. It didn't put the stuff from here. So I want to add this here. So add a timestamp conversion snippet for Postgres. Summary of changes. I'm just going to copy what I wrote here. And I'm actually going to delete those things. And then there's a checklist. Syntax look weird to me, but I'm pretty new to Postgres. I'm not really familiar with this _x thing. Yeah. In any case, they have provided this little checklist that you can go through. So I've added this snippet to the correct folder. Yes. I've added a link to the snippet in the README. Oh, we didn't do that. It's good that there's a checklist here. So we don't have to, we're not going to do the pull request yet. We could do the pull request and then just push our commit to it. That's also possible. But let's modify the README. Let's modify the README. It's better. Oh, why did I do that? 1 second. I did not want to do that. I just closed the browser. History. Nice thing about Chrome. Okay, so I don't want to make the pull request. Let's go to the README. Where would it be? It's under the BigQuery stuff, right? Oh, there's like tags. We could actually just edit it in browser. But I think we will do it in DataGrip because that's correct. So now what we have to do is fetch. We have to fetch the update from Git. How do I do that? Is there a... All files are up to date. Okay. So we'll just go to the README and we'll just edit this. How do we link it? Okay, so it's a let's just look at the editor for the moment. It's a inline link. So we have to add it under arrays, charts, dates and times, converting from strings. Oh, here, okay. So we'll add one here. We'll call this converting epoch Unix to timestamp. I think I want to copy this because I'm not sure how to do this syntax wise. And it's in Postgres. Let's find a Postgres example. Here we go. This one's better. So there's 2 square brackets, is that right? It's interesting. This line here. So we're gonna do, instead of BigQuery, we're gonna use this. Postgres, image shields, IO badge, Postgres, blah, blah, blah. Postgres slash, what did we call it? Convert epoch to timestamp.md. Yeah. So, does this look okay? Let's check. Dates and times. Ah, here we go. Postgres. Okay. Technically, we could write one for BigQuery too, by the way. Like, this also works for BigQuery, but we'd have to make a copy and put it in the BigQuery folder. And I'm too lazy to do that right now. So that's like a downside of the way they've organized it into folders. That's a feedback I'm going to give to Ollie as well, to the team, is basically say why not organize it with tags somehow versus versus I don't know, like versus folders. Hello, that noob trying to be stealthy. I see you. I see you there. That noob, you get a lovely little shout out. That noob is one of the most dedicated streamers I've ever met. By far. Noob is working on, or is basically finished, a product called Memebox, which does stuff like this, which funnily enough I actually have to use.
I think I am getting a text message. Whoop. Ah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at some point you'll finish the project, right? Thank you for being here, noob. I appreciate you. And I saw you throw the paper ball, Panther. Don't think that I didn't see it. I have it in my activity feed. I'm watching you. So this looks good. So now that we've put it in here, we will also push this and commit it. We're gonna call this added line to readme for our new snippet. We're gonna do commit. Oh, I meant to press push. I forgot to press push. All right, here we go. Push. So we've pushed this commit, and now if we go to code, we will see 3 commits. And now we go to pull request, new pull request. And you see here we have all this stuff. So we have a new readme.md line, and we have our file. And now we just create pull request. Add a timestamp conversion snippet for Postgres, blah, blah, blah. Let's go through the thing. I haven't included any sensitive information. I have checked my query function works. Yes, we have done all those things. And next time we won't forget the readme in the initial commit. So we will create a pull request. And now this is on basically, this is count's responsibility now to check that this doesn't have any conflicts with whatever they decide to do. We can even write a... I'm doing PRs now. Check out Memebox. It has lots to pull requests about. No, I'm only doing pull requests for SQL snippets. Technically, I could do them over the UI, but I've decided to do them via PRs because it is easier. And I'm actually going to write a comment. This snippet was created live on stream with my chat. Twitch.tv/Matty2Shoes. And that's a plug right there. We're going to add confetti. And what's the other one? It's not confetti. Party, the party popper one. What's that one called? The emoji that comes out like cone. Celebration. I don't know what it's called. Does anyone know what that emoji's called? Ta-da? Yeah, thank you, noob. Exactly. It just seems funny to comment because maybe they're not aware. Party popper. You mean this one? Came for the sequel, learned some emoji names. That's basically success right there. That's definitely success. So we've done our first PR of the evening. Now comes the question, should we fix the JSON string thing? I feel like we should do that. So let's just make sure we have the latest update. We can close this and we can close the console too. So JSON strings, let's check that this executes. So this is what it looks like. Wow, that's really something. This table is broken. I don't know why it's broken yet, but I saw that it's broken. There's probably some formatting thing here that isn't working properly. So let's have a look and see if we can fix the table. I actually wanted to see it in live, just to make sure it's not a bug from Datagrip's thing. Oh, it is. Interesting. Oh, look at that. See, the table here is not broken, but in Datagrip it's broken. See? So this engine, the rendering engine I'm using for markdown files, obviously has a problem with that. Interesting. Okay, so we don't need to do that one. So chat, the question is, what's the next thing that we should do? Now, I have a secret weapon. I have a secret weapon because... Let me just go get this. I have a secret weapon because I have a file. And the file that I have has a lot of snippets in it. There we go. Oh, what did it open this in? Oh no. It's opened it in VS Code. Sorry. Didn't want to do that. 1 second. Because I'm browsing my private files, that's why I've blurred the screen, I'm sorry. Open the gosh darn folder. Seriously, what is this? Okay. So, yeah, this is the one I want to open. There we go. How do you blur your screen like that? I need that feature. This is not blurred, it's Minecrafted. Thank you, noob. The way to do this is... Did I add the command? I think I did. Basically, Luce wrote a blog post of how to do it. Looks blurry on your phone. Maybe you should restart your phone, Splashly. Might be a problem with your phone, especially if you have an iPhone. Hey TD, Mate. Could have used something else there. How are you, TD? I've been plugging your link like crazy. No. It's more specific. It's more specific. It's Maddie who. Of course there's a command. Are you crazy? It's in the title. Are you nuts? I'm curious to know what number are we on? How many nicknames do we have? So TD is now here. I can now do the formal announcement. TD is building some kind of fan site. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but all of the alternative Maddie Two Shoes names, like Maddie Two Snooze and Maddie Tutus and things like this, are being collected by TD. So if you have any suggestions, then go plug them in the form. Still 44. Yeah, I'd like to hit 100 by end of the month. I think that would be pretty good. So I have a snippets file, and this is, some of these queries are nasty, like so nasty. But I figure like this is a pretty good basis to go look at stuff that I've been doing in the past, with like date trunk and stuff like that. That's an option. The other option would also be looking at previously created snippets that we've done on stream, because I have those too. So what I thought is I'll go check those out. Where are those actually? I think they're here. Twitch notes. Yeah, there we go. Ilya, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the party, pal. So we have all kinds of snippets that we've used in the past. We have this one. Oh gosh, what did I do? I broke it. That's not good. There we go. So this doesn't work. Interesting, it's empty. Okay. Is it supposed to be empty? Why is it 0 bytes? That's kind of odd. That's very weird. I'm fine, Ilya. Thank you for asking. It's Friday night. Back streaming with you, chat. I missed Monday's stream because I got my second COVID jab. Vaccination, to be clear. And I was blotto for like 2 days. I was out like a light. I basically did nothing. Oh yeah, so okay, so here's another one. Writing values. That's basically just case when. That's not super useful. What else we got? I've written so many SQL queries in the past. 48 TD. Okay, that's pretty good. Nice. Did you just throw a paper ball at me? How dare you? A lot of people are struggling through vaccination. I guess it's okay, as long as you don't get it. Yeah. That's basically the gist of it, isn't it? Okay, so this is not very useful. Let's check some of the more advanced queries. I'm just going through all the queries that I've done in the past. I have this folder of all the queries that we've done in the past. So we can definitely have a look. Can I set this as default? Being Sublime. There we go. Because then I think it will give me a preview. I think. Oh dear. We actually have the same selection of hats as usual, TD. So we've got the two baseball ones, gray and black. And then we've got the collection of the miscellaneous winter hats. And we technically also have the bunny ears, if you would care for the bunny ears. So TD, what shall be... Can I have white today? Yes, you may, of course. You may have white. And I shall wear it like this today so that my ears can breathe a little because it's very warm. So I will mark your request as completed. Best worst directors. What was this? Oh, that's interesting. It's mostly just wear filters. Ooh, regex split to table. That's nice. That's a nice one. Let's do that. Let's do that. Why did we do this? Regex split to table. So we had a field called directors. Hello, Ian. Surprised you didn't fart. And that only works for Ian, just to be clear, chat. Like, I can't say that with anyone else. But that's okay, Ian. I got you. No problem. It says the sound's off? Oh, really? Oh, that might be an authentication thing. Hold on a second. So, yeah, this is what I found. I found a nice one. Hoggers! I found a nice one. Regex split to table from IMDb title ratings. So what's nice is we have the SQL, which means if we copy this, I don't want to change it in the file, right? If I open up my console again, if I put this in here, because I don't change my stuff in here, if I do this, it actually executes the SQL. Stop throwing paper balls, chat. Y'all are just so savage, honestly. I'm surprised the Twitch bleeping API didn't auto-mod that. Did you boop me, TD? Did you boop me on the nose? I have to check my Twitch thing because it says the sound's off. So, 1 second, chat. Why is that off? That's not good. We're gonna go check why that's off. It's probably a it's probably an issue with stuff. We can watch our own stream in blurred. Super Inception. Look at that. Browser source is offline. Really? That's not true. You fooled me the other day into thinking there was auto bleeping. Oh, I remember. Don't do the boop yet. Gotta go do something. The boop is auto. You just boop me on the nose. I don't control those. You just boop. Boop. Interesting. Maybe I have to do some authentication stuff. Yeah. I think it wasn't, I think sound alerts auth was not on anymore. Because Indy played,
Perfect.
yeah, Indy played perfect an hour ago. Can we boop somewhere else? No, Ilya. No. No booping. Okay, so that should be working again. That should be working again, Ian. I believe. What a shame. Y'all are just weird. You know that, chat? I never would have thought I'd be talking to like a group of random people on the internet saying that they're weird, but it's true. And now I can see myself in blurred. There we go, Ian. Splashly, I gotta run, but have yourself a good stream. If I don't talk to you again, have a great weekend. Oh my gosh, why would you not talk to me again? That sounds awful. We will definitely talk again. Are you crazy? You feel better. You should feel better after that one. It was a really good one. It was a nice solid 2. Do you want to know a secret, chat? Who wants to know a secret? Let me know in chat if you want to know a secret. I'll tell you a secret. Okay, before Ashley goes. The secret is this fart sound. Guess where it comes from? Let's just say no one else in the world has this fart sound, and I can be 100% certain about that. So, it is time. I'm scared to know. You know the answer, Splashly. What's the stream about again? Throw a paper ball and leave. Bye. Bye, Splashly. Take care. See you soon. You have a good weekend as well. Enjoy it. Enjoy your Friday evening. Because mine's almost over. It's like 10:15 here. This stream is about SQL. So if you can see here, regex split to table is attacking the directors part of title crew. And because I am so smart, I can actually just press the localize button here in data grip, and it will show me where this is, and we can have a look. And so you see here, this is comma separated. So this is actually kind of a nice situation, because we can definitely do something with this function as an example. So we can check out if there is a better way to do it. This is definitely Postgres. We just wrote convert epoch to timestamp, so let's just copy that one. Split CSV split string to table. How about like that? DataGrip looks like a JetBrains product. Is it a special one for working with databases? You are 100% correct, Ilya. It is a JetBrains product, and it is specifically for, for working with databases. That is correct. Also, we have Easter themed drop game. Anybody would like to drop, you can drop on the channel. What do you think about dbeaver? So I haven't really used it much. Is the drop game very laggy for you? Or not? I'm always wondering if it's laggy for me. Yeah, I don't understand why. I don't understand why it does that. I have no idea why it does this. It makes no sense. I've refreshed the browser source like 60 million times. Everything else on the stream is not lagging. It's literally just that browser source. It's not slobs, it's OBS, standard OBS. So I don't really understand. Eventually, in about 40 minutes time, we will find out if anyone landed. Hey 4X, how are you doing? So I don't really understand. It makes no sense to me. It's weird. But we'll find out if someone landed soon enough. Do you have a custom frame rate setup in the browser source? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, 1 second. Drop. Browser properties. No. No custom frame rate. Ah, but it might be the size? Hold on a second. I know there's a thing about the size, right? Let me check something. I think it's trying to pull it in. I think it's trying to pull it in full HD. No, not 5K. It's a good thing you can see my screen right now. No, not 5K. No. How big should it be? Just if you had to add it, how big would you add it? If you had to add drop to your channel, how big would you add it as? Because I don't think there's a... Is there a guide? Need bunny cam like yesterday. Oof, 13K. Are you adding the drop game? I already have the drop game. It's just super laggy. And I'm trying to figure out what size it should be. Parachute drop. Yeah. It doesn't say how big it should be. That's what's strange. How close are we on the bunny challenge? We're 60%. Okay, we still got time. We got time. I extended it a little because I missed the stream again, so it's only fair. It's only fair. I don't know how big the source should be. You have it on 1080. I also have it on 1080. It's on 1920 by 1080. But you see when we start drop, you'll see how laggy it is. Look at this. This is crazy. Look at this. It's like just a tiny... It's like 1 FPS. I don't understand. I really don't get it. Reduce the size, I guess. Maybe refresh cache of current page. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't tell you, chat. I'm sorry. No idea. It's something I will have to figure out off stream. So if you want to play the 2 FPS drop game, feel free. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, we can just leave it for now. Good luck. Ian, that's a appropriate emote at least. So we've split string to table. So we're gonna what did I just do? There we go. So we're gonna split single column into separate rows. Split a single column into separate rows. Again, we want to write as much as we can. It's crazy, the drop game. I don't understand. You will often see data. You will often see columns with different values separated by a single character appear in a single column. If you want to split them out, but instead of having separate columns, generate rows for each value, you can use the split. Oof. Okay, I actually have to try out the functions, because there's regex split table and then there's also split part. There's also regex split to table would be the best one, I think. Hello, Coding Garden fan. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So I think, yeah, regex split to table is probably the best. Let me just take this function. I'm gonna slap that in here. That's the function we want to be using. You will often see columns with different values separated by a single character appear in a single column. You will often see different values, multiple values. They're not necessarily different. Separated by a single character appear in a single column. If you want to split them out, but instead of having separate columns, generate rows for each value, you can use the function regex split to table. And then we would just include this here. And let's go check the Postgres documentation for that. How are you, Coding Garden fan? I don't believe we saw each other in Lola's stream yesterday. I can't remember if you were there. String functions and operators. Regex split to table. Okay, it's just in the list. Then
wow.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, Coding Garden. So we're gonna do like that. You can use the function blah blah blah. So if we want to preview this just to make sure it looks okay, split a single column into separate rows. Description: you will often see multiple values separated by a single character appear in a single column. If you want to split them out, but instead of having separate columns, generate rows for each value, you can use the function regex split to table. All right. And regexp is not a banned term in this chat, unlike somebody else's chat. No names. So what do we do now? We have to generate a values, and we're only going to generate this time. That looks weird. Why did it do that? It's very strange. We're going to generate something that makes a lot of sense to split out. What do you think we should use? Fruits? Names? Colors? Give me some suggestions, chat. What should we use here? Because yeah, I'm open to your suggestions. What would make most sense for someone reading this? So what we'll do here is we'll have one value. Or we'll have two, let's say two. Flat UI colors. All right. Ilya, I assume you would like to have colors. So we'll use colors, but we'll use the color names. Because, I mean, it's just bonkers to use the hex codes. So I'll just put that off screen for a moment. Those I use for every project. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. So, colors. Let's do first, like, I don't know, yellow, comma, green, comma, blue. And then we'll do orange, comma, red, comma, tab 9 has suggestions, gray, and then black. Okay, so what's going to happen now? We've generated some values. Then we do regex split to table, str. We're using comma, and we're going to call this string split. When we run this, we should see what happens. Column yellow doesn't exist. Ah, yeah, these all need to be individual values. How slow is drop game, Ian? Is it bad? I'm not watching. I don't want to see. I don't want to know. Ah, I mistyped. There we go. Okay, so let's run this again. Error values list must all be the same length. Ah, that's not good. Let's do like this then. I don't know if that's the easiest way to do this, but... Ooh, okay. That's not good. Actually, this is wrong. This has to be yellow, green, blue. That's why it didn't work. Are you throwing paper ball? Lola's face. Can you allow a message with the paper ball throw? I can, if you'd like. Once I finish this TD, I can do that, yes. Technically. Uno momento, por favor. Throw paper ball. So it says require viewer to enter text. So I would have to require someone to enter text. I don't know if I want to require someone to enter text. Also, I need to do the icon for that one, I just realized. Also, it is the red of Panthers, by the way. I actually went to her channel and made sure it was her red. I'll make Karen also red. Why not? Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Why did I do that? Sorry, chat, 1 second. That's the wrong color. What is this? Okay, this makes no sense. Sometimes Twitch does really weird stuff with color codes. Okay, that's the wrong color. Sorry if that was loud. I actually wanted to try out TTS to see if the volume levels were okay for you, chat. So let's see if we can do that. What would someone like Karen to say? Anybody. What would you like Karen to say? It has to be non-TOS. TOS compliant, obviously. Maybe I'll just take your message, TD, what you wrote. How about that? Do you think that's fair? It's maybe a bit weird, but okay. Paste.
Can you allow a message with the paper ball throw?
What was the audio level like? Too loud? Too quiet? Thanks for letting me know, chat. Sorry, I need to mute and lurk here to focus only code. A little low, Mr. G. Okay, okay. Nice, okay. Let's bump that.
Thanks, chat.
Ah, that seems better. That was more into the yellow that time. Thomas, hello. You need to focus on your code. Well, I assumed as much, Yoast. I mean, if you want to focus on my code by muting, that's okay. But it might be confusing. How are you, Thomas? So we have yellow, green, blue. And then we have orange, red, gray, black. It thinks we should add green. I don't know why tab 9 thinks that. Do you remember me? Yes. I mean, you've been in chat before. Most definitely. Do I remember you specifically? Not so much. It's very hard. But you've been pretty active in the past, chatting. But of course, I try to remember. I try to remember if people have been here before. Yeah, at least. So welcome back. Welcome back. So if we execute this now, yeah, you see. So yellow, green, blue, orange, red, gray, black. Let's put these all into one column, which is what we want. And now we can take these values. Like this. String split. What's it again? Option? Yeah, option hold. Bloop. Like that. Oh, right, we have to have a function for this too. Space. Like that. Although it's not the same distance, but that doesn't matter. What am I doing today? I am actually contributing to an open source project for SQL, which is nuts. I mean, who would have thought that there would ever be open source SQL? But essentially, we get to write lots of useful SQL snippets. Basically, anything that I've done in the past that I think could be useful. Like we were looking through this one, for example, like rank functionality. We could definitely do some rank stuff afterwards too. I've just been putting into these snippets. And these snippets are part of Count's repository, where you can look them up and use them. So that's super cool. And our PR is still open, and that's okay. It's totally fine. I'm doing separate PRs for each individual one, because if there's comments about that particular function, I want to keep it isolated to that. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's quite cool. Very useful. And as I was streaming with Lola yesterday, I don't know if you managed to catch the stream. It was on her channel, actually. So you can go over to check out the VOD on Imola and on Imola Lola's channel. I was actually teaching her a bit of SQL. She's learning SQL. And it really fits nicely together with figuring out, you know, SQL means also having something useful to start with. And a lot of people would love to have these kind of starter functions, let's say. So that's quite nice. So that is done. I think we've got another one in the bag. Split a single column to separate rows. Description. You will often see multiple values separated by a single character appear in a single column. If you want to split them out, but instead of having separate columns generate rows for each value, you can use the function regex split to table. Is the formatting okay on this? Yeah. With data as select star from values yellow, green, blue, orange, red, gray, black as data. Regex split to table string, string split from data. Should we do a different, should we use something else instead of comma? Like a weird one? Like semicolon or something? Just to show the ability of using regex split to table, that it could be something else than a comma. I feel like that might be useful. And let's just double check that this executes. Yep, just fine. Let's do that. How would we write this? The separator can be any character, any single character, i.e. comma slash or something more complex like a string. And car. 1, 2, 3. As the function uses regular exclamation, regular expression. Yeah, okay. I think that's something nice to note. Maybe put this in italics. Okay. Something complicated. Nice. Now we have to add this to the README because we forgot to do that last time. Where are we going to add this? Not analytics, not arrays, not charts, dates and times, geography, JSON, regular expressions. Not sure we should put it into regular expressions. Transformation. Unpivoting melting. Really? What did they do here? Columns to keep metric value from table unpivot. So it starts as like a struct and then, okay. Yeah, this belongs into here then. This belongs in this transformation category. So where is that? Transformation. Unpivoting melting. It's not technically an unpivot. Or is it? Sort of. Now I'm really torn about whether we should add a new row here or not. Wonder what Postgres unpivot says. We just Google that. Because there is no unpivot function. Yeah, that would be like cross tab with cross joins. It's It's not the same thing. For me, it's not the same thing. So I would put under transformation, I would say under splitting strings into rows. Splitting columns into rows. So let's take this one. Is this... I don't know what order this is. We'll just put it at the bottom. Splitting single columns into rows. And then we take out BigQuery and we leave Postgres in there, and we take out Snowflake. Come on, there we go. And the file is called split string to table .md. Oh wow, did it just auto-complete that? Nice. But I don't think I need the second thing, right? Yeah, that looks right. Does it look right to you, chat? I think it looks okay. Yes. Wii U, Wii U. Anyone still awake, chat? Do I have to wake you up? Did everyone fall asleep? Oh no, 2 FPS drop again. Okay, Ilya's up. What happened? I just used an air horn to wake you up, that's what happened. So I've just added mine to the README. Transformation, splitting single columns into rows. There we go. So we'll save that. Now we go to Git. And so we have our change list, README, and split string to table. Maybe we should rename it. I think we should... Steven Starr. I'm awake, find the text hard to read, but I'm listening. Yeah, oh, sorry, I'm just editing a README, so it was a bit small, that's true. Wondering if I should rename this file, actually. Because maybe it should be called split a single column into rows. Oh, that's bananas, Joel. Where's a rename function? There isn't one, is there? Change, reformat, change dialect. Open in Finder, fine. We'll just rename it here. Split column to rows. Okay. Now we need to change it here in the README, because it doesn't know where this is. There we go. So we now have two changes. Split column to rows and the README. Now we do the same thing as last time. We go to commit. Interesting. It didn't want to include that one. Okay. Interesting. All right, so we want to call the commit. Added string column splitting function. Added function to split columns into rows. Regexp. What was it called? Don't remember the name of the function. String regex split to table function is really useful. Oh, I won't have to write that here. We can just write added the regis readme updated as well. So, did someone land in the end? I didn't see if someone landed because it's like 2 FPS. I'm sorry. There's something really weird with it. All right, so we have commit and push. Yeah, the problems, by the way, that it finds are because the MD files don't parse SQL the same way. So let's push that. I think it's been pushed now. Yep. So, let's go to my repository. Yep, so we have another make a new pull request. Oh, I see. It's added all of the changes. How can I... Oh, I would have need to make separate branches, right? So I'm gonna say add a timestamp conversion and I'm gonna call this add multiple functions for Postgres. This must be super slow. I don't think anyone has a chance to land before the time runs out. Is that possible? It's crazy. It's very weird as well, to be honest. Hey, the ID of Alan. You still can, if you want to, reset force push and then cherry pick onto different branches, though you should feel icky anytime you want to force push. Yes, I would feel icky doing that, Steven, most definitely. Howdy, Alan. I love how different people try and read your username differently. I was in another stream the other day where you were there, and I think you commented on how many different ways you've heard people pronounce your username. Pretty entertaining. In my case, the entertainment comes from all the alternative names that people have come up with. I think there's 44 now. If you have any ideas, you've started keeping a list. That's funny that you say that, because I also have a list. If you have suggestions of how to if you have any suggestions of variations of mine, you can just put them in the Google link, Google form. You can revert instead of resetting, but that leaves a trail in the log, which some people find ugly. Yeah, if I did anything here now, I would find this super ugly. Oh, Panther's still here. Thank you for throwing a ball at me. I commented, and that's silly now. Yeah, I guess... okay, so added regex split to table function, readme updated as well. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep pushing into this one pull request. And if they have a problem with any of the particular ones, then we'll just have to figure it out afterwards. I don't think they're working right now. I mean, I think some of them are based in the UK, some of them are based somewhere else. In the States, maybe? That's not a big deal. I mean, they can check the files changed, right? Personally, I tried to get the habit of only working on a branch and PRing everything into... Yeah. Yeah, so the way that they described it in the README, I agree with you, Steven, for sure. The way they described it in the README was... Is there a way to see the existing names you've got before submitting? No, so don't worry too much about that, Alan. Just submit if you have an idea. TD will filter out duplicates, don't worry about it. So for submitting the pull request... Oh, sorry, hold on. Contributions, yeah. So basically it was, you know, fork... Oh, and create your branch. Oh no. We should have been creating branches for each one. Well, I'm not gonna just yeet everything because I don't want to do that. Gosh, that's such a fail though. I should not have done it that way because I read it as and create, like, fork the repository and create your files in the main branch. Anyway, so what we could do now is switch to a branch for the rest of the stuff that we do today. That would make sense. Once we know what it's going to be. That is. So, okay, fine. Let's figure out what the next one's going to be. So rank is a bit hard. I don't want to do a rank right now. So let's get rid of this. Let's see what else we've got in our master list. So we had another one called number of talent. That was just joining stuff. We did a regex split to table there too. We also did some rating stuff. How did we do the ratings? Ooh, entile. That's nice, but there might be an entile one already in here. It's definitely possible. Is there one already? Histogram bins. Random sampling. Maybe we should check, we should just take these and write them for Postgres. Entile. Noob. Entile is a way to divide a data set into chunks. So basically it tries to keep the groups as equal as possible, which is very cool. So entile assigns each group a bucket number starting from 1. And that's why it's such a cool thing. So for example, sales stats. Yeah, I would love if they would provide the code for creating a table like that. Because then I wouldn't need to... Ilya has a question. A big question. Should we allow it? Maybe. So what happens now is if you do entile over a partition, entile 3, it will try to make the buckets the same size. So you see here 1, 1, 1. I don't know why it's sorted that way, but so it's partitioned by year. So it's making 3 buckets per year. This is a very advanced example. If I just partition into 3 buckets, it's made 3 buckets here.
Nice.
Thank you, Ian, for the 100 biddies. Basically, it's made 3 groups here, and because there's only 5 values, the third group is just 1. So ntile is really cool for making all the chaos bits are super slow. Ntile is great for trying to make groups that are equal size. So if you wanted to, for example, create teams of people in a class, and you didn't care who was in what team, you just wanted to create 5 random teams that were the same size, you could use ntile for that. But you can also do it based on certain criteria. So for example, if you had a class of students that had 3 different age classifiers, so let's say some students are 9, some students are 10, some students are 11, and you wanted to create 3 groups of students, but within each age group, then you could use ntile with an over. But I think we can use just an ntile example, like this one, but we will need to create the data set first, and that's where it becomes a bit tricky. But let's see if we can find one. Cumulative distribution. Cumulative distribution function. That's definitely not the same thing. Row number with quantity. Which would be very histogram bins. Not quite the same thing. What did they do here? Select count from blah blah blah. Percentage of results. That's not the same. That's for a histogram. What else we got? Random sampling. Curious what they did here. Rand. Okay. Ranking. What's TF-IDF? What is this? Term frequency, inverse document frequency. Extracting keywords that are used more in certain documents than in the corpus of documents as a whole. NLP? Holy moly. Okay, I've never done that kind of stuff. Oh, Elia. Okay. Okay. A long time ago, the applications were made in the databases. That's why the databases have their own programming language. Later, people realized that maintaining the code outside the database is easier, and the database behaves faster. What do you think about it, and how much logic do you think developers should put into a database? Ooh, Ilya, that's a big question. And you know what? I don't feel qualified to answer that question. The reason I don't feel qualified to answer that question is because you did warn me that it's a big question. Big not only in text, but also in volume. I don't feel qualified to answer this question for 2 reasons. Number 1, I do not have a lot of development experience, evidenced by me putting everything in the main branch on GitHub today. That's a weird song. Number 2, I do not consider myself an authority on databases or database architecture or how databases are built. I actually know very little about that. Someone who would be able to tell you more about that would be this person. This is Jordan, large data bank. He's actually live right now. Yay, I got an ad. Jordan is one of the core devs of Cockroach Labs, which created CockroachDB, which is a distributed SQL database written in Go. So that question, yeah, I follow a lot of people on Twitch, don't worry about it. That question would be definitely directed to Jordan. So I have no problem, if you want this question to be answered, I have no problem with you going into his chat now and saying, hey, Jordan, I just asked Maddie this question and he said he's not qualified to answer. And he suggested you might be able to answer this question. And I would love if you told me afterwards, if you can send me a message on our Discord. Come join our Discord and let me know what he said. I would love to know. I would love to know what his answer is. So Steven has answered, it's a trade-off. Sometimes it will be faster, easier, maintainable to do it in the database. Sometimes it will be easier to do it externally. Sometimes it depends on how much data there is. Like most things in dev, there's really no one-size-fits-all answer. So it depends. That's a pretty good answer, Steven. I think it's a pretty decent answer. Sounds pretty decent. So what do we want to do? I don't want to do any crazy term frequency, inverse document frequency stuff. I'm just looking for some simple end tile. Charts, geography, JSON, regular expressions. Search for text and stored procedures, transformation, window function. Moving average. I'm actually curious about how they did this. Partition by. Yeah, so probably the end tile is gonna be in here with the window function. That's what I would say. So we're gonna take the moving average as a sample for this one, because we don't have that in Postgres. I mean, we don't have a snippet yet for that. So we're gonna take this one, moving averages. And then we don't have to create a new line. We can just, and funnily enough, the BigQuery one will actually be very similar to the Postgres one. But first, we got to create a new branch. Shandon Rai, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. So we have cd SQL snippet. All right. Git. Oh gosh, I don't do this very often. Git new branch. Where's the cheat sheet? Yeah, there we go. Oh, you've kicked off a nice discussion here, Ilya. Appreciate that. I think it's good to talk about this kind of stuff. It always depends. There's no such thing as a silver bullet. Depends on the context, technologies, but I'd listen to an opinion. I mean, that's probably why you asked, right, Ilya? Alan would like to offer another perspective. It can depend on what languages the person accessing this database knows. So I don't really know SQL. Alan doesn't really know SQL. So I pull everything into Python. But I work with analysts that only know SQL and do stuff with it that looks like magic. I guess this is the analogy, Alan, that I always use when talking to non-tech people, is basically saying all of us have a tool belt. Just like handyman or handywoman have when they go to fix something in a house or wherever. They've got a tool belt and they got like different tools on their belt, right? Some handy people carry, you know, like a big hammer, screwdrivers, etc. Some of them have like additional kits in the car with like way more screwdrivers and stuff, and you know, power tools and stuff. But you know, some of those workers don't know how to use certain tools, right? So on their belts, they only carry, I don't know, like a tape measure and a pencil, right? And some others, they carry all kinds of heavy duty kind of tools around with them. And in the end, if you want to cut a piece of wood, or you want to screw a screw, there are finite ways to do it. Some ways are technically better than others for that particular case, but you can't have like a global explanation of saying always use a Phillips screwdriver for every screw. You know, that's not how it works. Some screws are Torx, you know, that star head, right? So you have to use a Torx head and not the plus and all this kind of stuff. So I use that analogy generally with non-tech people, saying, you know, my tool belt is quite diverse, but I'm not very good with all those tools. So I'm decent at SQL, but Python, for example, or JavaScript, I'm very, very basic at. So someone else might come along and they might know JavaScript way better. I guess in general, I tend to want to do, so Steven's saying I want to do analysis calculation in code. I tend to want to do data collation, join, lookup in SQL. To minimize data, I need to transfer, since these days with fast disks, network is often the major bottleneck. But it depends. And Alan, your comment is pure gold. I'm a fan of Allen wrenches. I always make analogies with sex. You can read all you want about it, but you'll never get better if you don't practice. Yep, this is very true. This is very true, Ilya. I mean, I'm still not very good at sex, but, you know. You can read programming languages, sport, everything has a theory that must be put into practice. And yes, as it happens in sex, you enjoy it better if you use the right tool. Thank you, Ilya. And you self-burn yourself. Ah, bruh. Get to use all my meme sounds today. I have to make a branch. Get it good. Get checkout B. What are we gonna call the branch? What are we gonna call the branch? What did we want to call the branch? Oh, Padawan. Hello, my friend. Drop is currently operating at about 2 FPS. I'm sorry about that. I can't really tell you why that is. So we're gonna call this moving averages. So now we are in the moving average branch. How do I switch branches in here? Oh, it's already switched. It picked that up. We can see here actually the stuff that we did before, which was not very good. So we're now on a branch called moving average. So we can do our thing here and it will be separate, which is nice. So we're going to take moving average. So we're going to open this in Finder. Moving average. And we're going to go out from BigQuery. Hello. Into Postgres. We're going to also call it moving average. We're going to go here, Postgres, moving average. And then we can go to the README. I will do that after. Let's do this first. Low FPS equals hamsters started Friday night happy hour early. Yeah, I really don't understand. Oh, bottom right, you can see that too. Thank you, Padawan. I didn't know about that one. I really don't understand why the drop is so slow. It's at 1920 by 1080. So there's definitely something weird happening in the background with that. So I can't really tell you if you're going to land or not. But I will try and fix it for Monday. How about that? That's the only promise I can make. Okay. So this is actually funny because this code, so we're going to take out this explore this snippet here because that's BigQuery. So we're going to call it moving average. Moving averages are relatively simple to calculate in Postgres. Using the average window function. The template for the query is... Okay. This SQL does not please me because there's no data to calculate an average from. They've used Spotify as a data set, which I don't have access to. So what we're going to do is create a data set for us to create a moving average. Why not? I think that's easy. WD-40, fix it right up. Yeah, just looby lube. Loobity lube lube lube. So I'm going to take this query. Actually, I don't need to copy it. I can just take this out. Here is an example query. How are you today, Padawan? How are you doing? End of the week, so yeah, excited for weekend, definitely. My new chair was delivered today, so I'm going to be building that tomorrow. I'm tired of this IKEA chair. I've had it for less than a year, just under a year basically, and the cushion is already destroyed, basically. And so I saw a really great deal on a chair here, like a gaming chair, basically. And I snapped it up. So actually, Ilya, what chair do I have right now? You can check. I think my chair is in my setup list. If it's not, I will be putting the new one in there. The one I have now is Jarfjallet from IKEA.
They're great.
Oh, Alan! Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very cool. Welcome to the Data Clan. You now have a wonderful bar chart in front of your name. And the new chair is from Joule Performance, which is a manufacturer of high-end custom PCs here in Switzerland. And they've been, I don't know, they somehow decided to start making gaming chairs a while back. And it came up on one of the major sites here, one of the major electronics sites, as a day deal. It was like 30% off. And so I'd been waiting for a good deal somewhere, and the reviews are mad. They have like an average of like 4.5 something as a review out of 5 stars. So I don't think you can actually get them outside Switzerland. It's technically possible if they operate outside Switzerland, but I don't think they do. And Joule Performance is written like this, in case you're wondering. But yeah, my current chair is Jarfjallet from IKEA. It's expensive, like it's 200, so around 200 IKEA dollars, which is like factor 2 in normal dollars, right? Like that's expensive IKEA. So I'm quite disappointed in this one. I really thought it would be more comfortable for day-to-day use, but I find myself really like I find myself like shifting my position too often now, because the cushion is really not cushioning anymore. I'm amazed how naturally you pronounce the IKEA products. Maybe it's because I dated a Swedish girl a few years back, and I've learned to enunciate all the IKEA names that well. I can't tell you the I can't tell you the reason for that, but thank you. I appreciate that. So we don't have any data yet, which means we need to get some data in here. With data as... How are we going to generate data to do a rank? Wait, you're in Switzerland? For some reason I thought you were in Germany. I want to go back there so bad. Yes, I am based in Zurich in Switzerland. Yes. At the moment I can count myself lucky that I'm not in Germany, because they're having severe flooding. Actually, a lot of people have died, sadly. We have very bad flooding as well, but it's luckily not as bad here, I think, for the most part. You spent some time in Aarau. Okay. A friend of mine used to live there. I haven't been there very often. It's sort of an in-between place for a lot of people, because it's kind of like between Zurich and Bern, right? Sort of in the middle, like Olten. What were you doing here, Mr. G? I didn't know you used to live here. That's cool. You mod for Jola, right? Is that right? I believe. If my memory serves me right. So, moving averages. So the challenge here is getting data that we can use. Let's see if there's any other... So that's arrays. We don't want that. Count nulls. We don't want nulls. Replace null. Split column to rows. Those are also not that nice. Yes, that's me. Okay, it was work. I work for a medical device company. Ah. I've been in Spandau, Berlin for 3 months. I'd love to go back and try finding a job again. Where are you now, Ilya? I've been to Berlin probably 12 or 13 times, quite often. Madrid. Oh, very nice. Very nice. I like Spain. Good racetracks. I don't judge all countries by racetracks, but it's kind of it's become my barometer the past few years. How do I want to do this? I want to create a data set that I can use for moving averages. So I would need to create some nice... Yeah, I don't know. It's very awkward. If I do like select star from... These are values. Oh, I know what I could do. I could generate some series. We could do like that. You're an immigrant there, so I don't give a heck about their local problems. Do they have local problems in Spain? I'm not really familiar with like that kind of stuff. Also, we don't like talk about politics and stuff like that here anyway. What country doesn't have? Yeah, this is very true. So I think what we could do is use a generate series function to do some data for us, rather than actually writing out all the columns. I think that's a good way to do it. Let's come back to that. Generate series Postgres. Maybe we should also put the generate series function in there. That would actually be kind of cool. Maybe that's actually a good one for that. That's actually a pretty good use case. I know I have done a generate series function. I would just have to go find it. So it would be this one. Like this. I've already made a branch called moving average. We could switch off the branch technically and go, we'll just include this and we'll do generate series afterwards. Okay. So we do select from generate series and we'll do as time series. Okay. Or data and then time series. I'm really curious about this syntax. I've never seen that before. I have to look up what this actually does. We're just looking at code at the moment, so we can make this a bit bigger. So you can also read chat. So if I just execute this, then this is what we get. Just dates. So we're gonna do a date series from 2021 0101 until 2021 12/31. So that's just 1 year. And then we're gonna do, we need another set of data there. So we'll call this time series. And then we need another generate series. So we're gonna do, instead of doing a timestamp, we're gonna do an int. I don't know if actually, do we need it? I think we can just do a number from 1 to 100. Is that right? I think that's possible. Oh. I think we need to randomize it. Let's do like that. Does rand not work? Why is that not working? I thought that was a function. What was it? Oh, it's random. My bad. We'll call this random as random as, what should we call this? I don't know. Funny number. It's still highlighting it as not valid, but that's just because of the formatting. So this will always generate a number between 0 and 1. So let's call it num. And so now what we can do is do select. I'm gonna write average num over partition by we don't want to do, yeah, we'll do day, it's fine. partition by time series, order by time series, descending, rows between 7 preceding and current row. So what this is doing as moving average, what this is doing is giving us average artist day and streams. Let me see this. So we're just going to have the moving average and the day. We don't need to have the original value, but we could have the original value. So let's see. We want to have num. I don't like the way that they've included the average at as the first column. I actually prefer to do like select time series num and then average num over from data. Drop you love PHP. Wow, that's a statement. Here we go. So time series. Okay, desk is the wrong one. It's ascending. I always confuse those, by the way. All right, so we have an average over the last 7 days. Of course, if we output every single day, it will always be the same value. You also love PHP, TD. Interesting. Partition by... Oh, we don't want to partition by time series. Because... Oh, this is a tricky one to simulate. It's a very tricky one to simulate. Because a 7-day moving average... Because it's partitioned by artist, not by day. So we would need to have a color. Y'all hugging each other in chat, having a good time? So we'll do another generate series here. Actually, we could do this without doing a from. I think it's possible. Syntax error. Right, because we need that comma there. Yeah, so we can actually do this. We're gonna generate a color. I use MySQL 2 with WordPress, don't worry, Maddie. Okay, whew. I was kind of concerned, TD, that you've gone like to the dark side. So do I want to generate a series of colors? I don't know if that's the right function. Random pick list Postgres. I know that you can seed random. Random non-random strings. What is the dark side? NoSQL? Yeah, NoSQL is... That is... Sheesh! That is just... Oh, right. I could just pick one from the list. MD5. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. We could hash a random number into text. That's a cool one. But then each hash would only appear once. And we want some values to appear multiple times. So I think we'll just use values like we did before. You can use random MD5 in SQL, yes. But I think MD5 would be outside. You do MD5 random. Like that. Oh, it doesn't work with double precision. You'd have to convert it to text. String? No, text is right. Yeah, so you'd just get gibberish, basically. But each of those strings only appears once. So, yeah. So what we'll do, we'll keep random as our number, but we'll just do values, and we'll do green, yellow. I want to see what happens with this. Okay, there's a problem. Postgres values. Values lists. Constant table generates a row in the table. List must have all the same number of elements. Okay. See, this is the most difficult part, is finding... I don't know, let's call this values. From... Will it generate what we want? That's the real question. Values in from must have an alias. Ah. As values. Oh, I don't think it likes that. Let's call it str. Oh, I have an interesting idea. Okay, I have an interesting idea. What if we do a case when? Because random returns a number. So what we could do is to select star from generate series as time series, and then random as num, and then we do case when num less than or equal to 0.5, then Maddie. Hello, Steve. Else, oh, we need to. I just alternate between two, basically. Maddie. Else, two shoes. End as color. Does this work? Oh, the random number is the same every time. That doesn't work. It's gonna have to be nested. But we can generate the number here and just do How are you, Steve? Were you streaming today? I'm not sure if you were streaming. Select star. Star, comma, case when. From. It's just going to be a nested select, that's all. No other way to do it. Select, blah, blah, blah. We'll just do like this then. I'm good, I just finished streaming. Hey, nice. If you have another suggestion for names, feel free to plop them in that lovely Google form, Steve, that TD has been so kind to provide. So this should give us what we want, I imagine. Yeah. Subquery must have an alias. Oh yeah, we're just gonna call this T. We don't really care. Yeah, nice. So what we have is two values. We could technically expand this, but we're just gonna do blue, red. It's not as fun, but you know. I'm gonna call it str. So what we have is a basically random generated table. Because we've done this once, I think we don't ever need to do this again. And we're just gonna do this for 1 month, because otherwise it's a pretty intensive query, I think. 31 rows. All right. And now we can do time series num, and then average num over partition by. Now here's the magic. str is our color, and then we do str order by time series. That was correct. What do we get from this? Oh, that's fun. Oh, it's missing dates. What happened here? Oh, we need to set the order. Order by time series. So Steve got a Kubernetes cluster stood up, but you need to sort out the ingress tomorrow. What's this for, Steve? This looks better. Check this out, chat. This looks a lot better. So basically, each one will now have its own moving average over the past 7 days. Isn't that cool? Order by time series and artist. Order by time series and str. That way we can see what I mean. A place for all my projects to live. Oh, I see. Okay. I was confused because we use ingress for something else. So if you see here, if we just look at blue, 24.6 is the average of these 4 values. Is that right? The average of these 4 values. Can someone do math for me? I think it's right. 45, 31, 19, 20, 24.6. Seems like a realistic average. The average of 0.02 and 19 is 0.1. Yeah, okay. Cool, so this works. And we managed to find a way to generate miscellaneous data. I'm not sure it's the most efficient way to do it, but it is definitely a way to do it without providing a dataset itself. And what I want to do here is work on the formatting, because this is not nice, from data, select star from data. That's not doing the right thing. Order by time series string. Cool, but this looks weird. Just bring everything out to the same level. I don't know what to do about this. Whatever, we'll just leave it like this. It's not very nice, I'll say that, but it is what it is. And this select should probably be up there. And this is a bit weird. Like that. Did you have a good stream, Steve? Did you have a couple people in there? I think Glimesh is still a little bit quiet, I guess, right? Or not, I don't know. Could also be that... could also be a really... could be growing a lot, I don't know. So this table now, we have 31 rows. This is where it's going to be a little bit tricky. Was good, the normal claw crew. Okay. Alright. So you see here, these are all semicolons, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to replace these. Edit. Find, replace. In selection. Semicolon. Replace with type. Replace all. So now we have the table. And it's not displaying properly yet, but we'll get there in a second. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. We have... So this goes under here. Bam. Did anyone just see that? That's the table. I have to say that's pretty nice working with Markdown. It's quite nice. I'm gonna write quite simple. Relatively simple sounds a bit snobbish to me. I don't know. Just double check that this executes. Okay, we're good. That's it. So, nice. Well, I maybe didn't need to include 31 days, but I think it makes sense if you have a 7-day moving average. Here's an example query with a 7-day moving average over a total of 31 days, calculated for 2 distinct dimensions. Calculated for 1 dimension color. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Now we need to add moving average MD to the README file. And the nice thing is we already have a BigQuery one, so we just have to include a Postgres label. So we'll take this one. And moving average, BigQuery, Snowflake, and then Postgres. And it's a link to Postgres moving average .md. You see how it looks for the file as well? That's really neat. I think it's super cool. What a track. What a track. The Expanse by Zircon. Very cool. Okay. So that's good. So now we have that, we have that. The next step is to commit and push, because we did both those things. So we added moving averages in Postgres. Added the function using average plus window clause, window function. And readme updated as well. Used a function to generate some sample data. Use some functions to generate some sample data. Okay. We are on moving average, so we are going to commit and push to moving average. Push that. Okay. So if we look now in git status, everything up to date, which means we've already pushed everything. Ah, you see, moving average had pushes. There we go. Ta-da-da-da. So we do now. Here's the question. Should we do... What did they write here? We should do a pull request. We should pull request from our moving average into main. Exactly. Added moving average for Postgres snippet. Summary of changes. Oh gosh, it's pulling everything. Because it's taking everything from main. Oh. I think we're gonna leave the branch without doing the PR yet. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wait for this multiple snippets PR to be approved. Ah, but it's... Why is it pushed? Why is it pushed? I don't understand something. Why is it pushed this? Even though it's on a different branch. I don't get it. Yeah, see? There's no... Look, chat. Look. Yeah, I know I can rebase. I don't want to, though. I really don't want to do that. Added function to split columns into rows. Yeah, that's the last commit. Files change 3. Ah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. This pull request has to go through first. Force push, yeah. So I can basically just keep this the way it is. Keep my branch there. Switch off my branch now. So if I go git checkout main, I'm now switched back to main. So this file will disappear, which is fine. Moving averages is gone. That's fine, no problem. Because we're doing changes to the files that are completely asynchronous from each other, it's no problem. What we want to do is do a generate series one. So we're going to do another branch, git checkout a b generate series. Generate series. There we go. So now I'm just going to switch back to moving average for a second, because I want to copy this. Okay. And now, can I switch directly here? Ooh, nice. Okay, I can go just to generate series. So now I'm on generate series and you'll see the moving average is gone. Okay. Now what we'll do is in the README, there should be so there isn't one actually. Ah, generating arrays. Okay. So it would be under dates and times. Converting from strings, converting to strings. This is for BigQuery. Okay, so we can definitely do one. Local time zone to UTC. Nice, that's very helpful. Converting epochs Unix to timestamp. That definitely works for Postgres. I think it works for BigQuery too, actually, but we'd have to make another one. So what we're gonna do is just copy. We'll just copy the convert epoch to timestamp one. And I think this will be the last one for today, friends. Oh, we might do entile as well. So let's copy that. Generate time series. Okay. Generate time series. Generate a time series of dates. Times. Dates and or times. In order to conduct time series analysis, we need to have a complete time series for the data in question. Often we cannot be certain that every day, hour, etc. occurs naturally in our data set. Therefore, we want to, oh, that's not, wrong side. Therefore, we want to be able to generate a series of dates and or times to base our query on. The Generate series function will allow us to do this. Hello, Mere. How are you? I saw you've been streaming quite a bit recently.
They're great.
Oh, Mary, thank you so much for subscribing. That's so nice. What's great, chat, is Mary designed my emotes. These glorious emotes that you see in chat are courtesy of Mary. So you should definitely go check out Mary's stream because she streams mostly in German, but she also understands English. So if you want to chat in English with her, you can. If you're interested in having your own emotes, I would definitely ask her, because you can see the quality that I got, which is mind-blowing quality. Like, just what's the word? Like, amazing. Like, amazing. Yeah, so Ilya, Mara has a link on her Twitch profile that you can follow to make a request. And I believe she'll reach out to you then in Discord, for example, or by email to discuss the deets, yo. So we have to find the generate series function in Postgres, but first, we don't want to forget, we actually pasted our thingy from before. No, where did it go? Undo paste. Yeah, where did it go? Hold on. It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, Ilya's very interested and is going to write Mary. Ooh. I'm so curious what kind of emotes you're gonna get, Ilya. That should be pretty cool. Yeah, the process with Mary was really good, I have to say. And I'm not saying this because we know each other, like we're friends because we used to work together. I'm saying this like from one person who ordered something from someone else, like, you know, Mary's freelancer basically. Her style of how she communicates and how she asks for feedback and what kind of questions she asks, those were just super cool. Dicks and boobs. Yeah, I think those would be against TOS, right? You should do some Duke Nukem ones, you know?
I've got balls of steel.
You just have like 2 massive nuts on your emotes. Oh, with veins! Ah! Like bulging. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross. Ah, that's gross. Y'all are just gross. Really. So we have to find the generate series function. Sorry for light mode. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. They don't have generate series. Ew, boobs with veins. Actually, why not? Set returning functions. There we go. Nice. What was that? With ordinality. Hey, that's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do this. This is actually kind of cool. If we had read the documentation, we would have known that we could have done some cooler stuff with arrays. Anyway, too late for that now. All right, so we'll just do a generate series function. Who needs docs? Am I right? Yeah, it's like gives a crap about documentation. If we read documentation, Lamau, everyone, everywhere. Yes. It's like, bruh. Do you even read documentation, bro? Nobody reads documentation. Yeah. We're just gonna do the generate series function. And we don't need this part, actually. We can just do it here. To show that it works the other way, maybe we should do it cleanly. Select blah blah as time series. So let's do series of days. Series day, comma, time series hours. Does this even work? The increments will be off, no? I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do that. No, no, no. So if I do 1 day, oh yeah, great, yeah, totally amazing, amazing code, Maddie. It's amazing. Just... So let's do SQL. Let's do generate all the hours of generate time series in hourly increments. And then we'll do generate time series in daily increments. We'll do like 25. Okay. What if we write date? I've had this problem before. That it wouldn't don't think that works. I've had this problem before that it wouldn't generate as a date. Yeah, see. So we can generate series day date. And we'll do time series hour. There we go. So this returns a day, and this returns an hour. Okay. So I'm gonna do like this, and I'm gonna do 030000, and I'm gonna do 00000 to just get 3 because I don't want more. 4 values, that's fine. And this one I'll do 01 to 04. Then I also have 4 values, right? Yeah. So I need to do like this, SQL, like that. Time series day. Oh, that's the day one. Oops. And then we do one like that and one like that. That didn't work. Okay, strange. Oh, it already did it? Nice. Do we not need to add the one at the end? That's shitty formatting. We'll do it anyway. Okay. And then let's do the other one just for posterity. So I'll just copy this. And then we'll just... I can't be bothered. Way more formatting work than SQL work today, actually. Sorry about that, chat. Okay, so... like that. Time series hour. Okay. Yeah, this looks good, I guess. What do you think, chat? Looks okay? I'm just gonna do all the PRs tomorrow once everything is merged. I'm not gonna bother trying to mess with rebase stuff now. It's just nasty, yo. I'm just gonna say it does look good. Thank you, Mary. Looks neat. Even if you have no idea what it is, man. Yeah. It's basically... So if you're writing code, like not SQL, but like Python or JavaScript, you would write some functions that you can keep reusing every time. And in SQL, the problem is you don't have that ability to have those snippets because they don't exist anywhere. And so Count has come up with a way, or a suggestion at least, and their suggestion is to actually have a GitHub repository, because you can actually have this in your IDE as well, like I've done. So this is where I would normally write my code, and if I have my SQL snippets here, I can pull them over at any time, you know? So yeah, I just realized it's 1:15 midnight. Should we do an entile one? I feel like I want to do an entile one as well. Okay, but we need to modify the README. It's gonna be here, I guess. Dates and times. Arrays, charts, dates and times. No problem, Mary. I'm happy to explain if people want to know. I'm good at explaining jokes too, apparently. Uh-oh, I broke it. Generate a time series. Okay. Called it generate time series. That didn't work. Come on, tab 9, you can do better than that. So this link should work. It opens our file. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. So that is done. So what we do is we're on generate series branch, commit, added generate series function. All right. Added generate series, time series in context of daily and hourly examples. That's the wrong. With daily and hourly examples, readme updated as well. Yes. So we commit and push. Now that our code is in the branch, should be clean. Yep. So we do git checkout main. That looks a bit weird. Git checkout main. Now we're back on main branch again. All right. And I think I want to do an end tile, because that is a fun one. So we'll put it in the analytics one underneath underneath histogram bins. Get it good. Thanks, Noob, for getting my reference. So we're gonna do git checkout branch end tile. So we're on a new branch. So we'll take the histogram bins from BigQuery probably. Open in Finder. There's probably a way to copy it here, but I haven't found it. So just go here, go up to SQL snippets, go to Postgres, and instead of histogram bins, I'm gonna call it end tile. Voila. Voila. There's probably some cool stuff we did in the past, but we'll just leave that for now. So we have Postgres, end tile. There we go. Hello. There we go. All right. Creating buckets using end tile. All right, let's call them equal sized buckets, because that's the exact explanation. Test out this snippet. No, can't do that. Creating histograms using SQL can be tricky. When you want to create equal sized groups, i.e. buckets, of rows, the SQL function, there is a SQL function for that too. The function, and this I think was end tile. What was the syntax for this? I guess we'll find out in a moment. Oh, it's without quotes, isn't it? Lets you do exactly that. Joel, thank you for contributing to the bunny cam challenge. So let's look at end tile here. Index. Intile. Yes, the challenge, Mere, is that I will add bunnycam as a channel point reward. If we hit the challenge. Ooh, it's technically a window function and not analytics. It's technically a window function. Returns an integer ranging from 1 to the argument value, dividing the partition as equally as possible. And will it change for a few seconds to the bunnies? Yeah, I'll probably like put it on for a couple minutes or something like that. Yeah, depends on how much I put the channel point reward as. I haven't decided that yet. I need to fix the camera, it actually broke. You do realize you will hit the challenge, right? Yes, because I keep extending it. The funny thing is, of course, yeah, I mean, sometimes you will see her and sometimes you will not. It really depends on where she is in the room. I guess you're dumping all your points into that. I mean, we're at 62%, so it's certainly possible. I cannot adjust the number of points needed. I can keep extending the deadline, keep trailing you all on to use all your points. You know, I mean, if people weren't throwing paper balls all the time, then they might have more points to contribute to the challenge. TD Racing, gotta go. Have a good weekend. You too, my friend, and thank you so much for all of your crazy antics. I really appreciate you. I want you to know that. For anyone who's joined recently, TD has started a hobby website. I guess it's more of a fan site, I don't know. With all the variations of Maddie Two Shoes, such as Maddie Tutus or Maddie You Snooze, or who knows. The best ones are rhyming ones. And I think there's already been something like 45 submissions, and TD has said that they are going to create a fan site out of all of them, and somehow some kind of random name generator that rhymes. I don't know exactly how that's going to work. Anyway, end tile. So if I click this, I should be taken to the link. That's fine. That looks good. Looks clickable. Yeah, that works. Okay. All right. So should we just copy from here? I thought that was pretty good. We need to generate this table. I don't even know how to do that. Can we generate some data that actually is useful in this case? I don't know how to come up with useful data in this case that allows us to bucket easily. Boop you, Mary. Boop. Thanks for the boop. You just boop me on the nose. That's what Fiona does, our bunny. She boops you. Boop. With her nose. That's how you know she's figuring out who you are and stuff. It's also, it can be a sign of affection as well. How can I generate a data table? I think I'm gonna create a table for this one. Postgres create table in select. Cute little bunny fact. Create table as. No, 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 no. No, no, this is the wrong query. Postgres generate sample data. Big data sample. So you create a table, which we don't need. Insert text data. Can we actually do this? Let's find out if we can do this. So we'll do create table, which I don't want to do. We'll do with users as let's check if this works. I don't actually know if this works. No, 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 because those are yeah, see, that doesn't work. Because that's the syntax for creating a table. Insert into users. I don't know if that's so useful. Let's try again. Insert into, I don't want to. So we'll just do syntax error. That's interesting. Schema generate does not exist. Ah, right. Aha, yeah, okay. It's not a bad one. Okay, so we'll do but we need a number in here to do some tiling. So we'll do I used random. Okay. That's fine. MD5 random text as first name, as last name, slow drop. Okay, I'm just being slow. It's actually not. I don't... Yeah, I knew, but like, I really don't understand this whole 2 FPS thing. Because I can see like CPU usage, I can see memory, everything completely normal. It's literally just the browser source that's just being weird. So probably have to refresh it or something. It's very strange. Or maybe this is like a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. OBS version 27.0.1. One of us is going to land, Joel. I don't know who it is yet, but one of us is probably going to land. Even the 27 had browser optimizations for Mac. Yeah, maybe that's what did it, noob. Oh, Joel, I think it might be me. 1668 for you, and oh, 32.99. Yeah, I'm gonna play around with that browser source after stream tomorrow. All right, so n-tile, creating equal size buckets using n-tile. So this just generates like some weird thing, and now we'll need to do end as gender. Then we'll do another one, case when random. Oh, we could do values, right? Random is less than 0.5. Wait, that's not equal. That's not equal. What the hell? That's not cool, man. Whoever did this. Then wait, 3. Let's do 33% chance. So if it's, sorry, if it's, I want to have 3 groups. Not only gender, I also want to have, I don't know, like student. I don't know what we could use. A student when random greater than less than 0.66, then professor, else alumni. And as status. What does this do for us? Generate series 1 to 10. Nah, we need more. We need 30. We need 30. So we have, okay, we have 3 groups. Nice. And now what it will do is if we n-tile, where was this? Where did the n-tile thing go? Yeah, so if we do something like this, yeah, where we partition, let's say. That's what I want to do. Oh yeah, look, it's down here. Okay, fine. I really like this track. Oh, koan sound, of course. It's just really, really good track. Okay. So we have users as blah blah blah. Select. Oh wow, just leave me alone with this, come on. I'm gonna leave this on one line. So we're just gonna do one empty hash. We don't need like multiple ones. It's a bit silly. Yeah, so we have a name. Let's call it name hash. Hash. Then we have gender, and then status, like that. And I don't think if we do 3 buckets, then we need like 10 values. That would make sense. Then we have 10 values that we can use. think that's enough. So then you do select name hash. This is weird formatting. Name hash, gender, and then status, and then entile3 over partition by status. Right, so it's gonna sort them into 3 groups. We don't need to order. It doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, order by status is actually not a bad idea. From, so this is what you were asking, noob. This is basically what it's gonna do. Is it's gonna do like this. So you see, alumni, professor, student. And because I've said to make 3 groups, because there's so few alumni, it hasn't been able to make 3 groups, and professors is only 2. So it's maybe not a good example, but technically it's random. So, here we go. Okay, so you get 3 alumni, 4 professor, and 3 student, means 3. These are each in 1 bucket. These are in 1 bucket. This is another 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 bucket. And technically, you could put these into 1 team. They're in 1 bucket, right? So as entile bucket. That's it. Super easy. And quite useful. Quite useful. I can't remember what I used it for now. Does anyone remember what I used this for in previous streams? I was trying to bucket something. I wanted to make equal groups of something. Yes, Ian, still going. So on entile2, it would be split in 2. Yes, if I do entile2, it will try to create 2 groups from each of the users. So you see alumni, and you see here, professor, it's put 5 of them in one, and 3 of them in the other. 4 of them, sorry. So the group sizes can be really off depending how you're partitioning, right? So I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna do entile3. And then I'm gonna generate this until I get roughly the same sizes, you see? Something like this. And then I'm gonna copy this table. 2 FPS drop. Let's go. And again, we can do our... Oh, somebody landed. Who landed? No? I thought I heard someone land. Oh, that was the parachute. Oh wow, are those the new emotes, Mary, that you did for Meiji? Some say the Dorito is still dropping to this day. Yes. Forever, the Dorito will continue to drop. Yeah, so let's do edit, find replace. We want to do this, replace with pipe, replace all. Then we do pipe number 1, pipe number 2. And then we do one in between, which is pipe minus, 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 minus. And there we have our table in Markdown. Ian the Lore Master. Oh wow. Really cool emotes that you did, Mary. For Mejitas, that's right. Very cool. Yeah, so Ilya, if you're looking for an example still of more work that Meta has done. Yes, so we have our entile function. There we go. Do you want to, when you want to create equal size groups, i.e. buckets of rows, then there is a SQL function for that too. Function entile lets you do exactly that. Let's is written wrong. Should be let's. Yes. But my emotes should be enough for you, Elio. Y'all still dropping here like crazy people. Or it's a new one. It's a new one. I have a feeling you enjoy the slow drop more than the normal one. It's just a feeling. Can you drop twice? No. You can only drop once per drop, but there's a 90-second cooldown. So it's pretty quick. So this is done. When you want to create equal size groups of rows, there's a SQL function for that too. This could be useful in the case of creating... I don't want to write that. I don't want to write that. But you can drop the FPS. Ba, 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 ba. I should do it properly, right? Thanks, noob. That was pretty impressive. Actually, noob, I have the perfect reaction to that. You want to see the reaction? Here we go. I do quite like that one. Yes, Modern Family is... There's this other gem.
I'm hip. I surf the web. I text. LOL. Laugh out loud. OMG. Oh my god. WTF. Why the face?
It would be nicer with meme box, with animations and custom positions and so on. Yes. I know, noob. I can do custom positions, actually. I can put them wherever I want, but I can't do animations. I know that Stream Elements is garbage. Garbage. But it was the fastest and easiest way for me to do it. So you have to understand it from a user's perspective as well. That being said, I'm still planning to use Memebox. I'm actually planning to use Tau, Stream Parrot, and Memebox. Those are the three I've planned. But I really need some time to do that, because I'm not a dev. So I apologize profusely.
Fine, I'll say I'm sorry.
No, be sincere. Like this. I'm sorry.
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 Good, that's the one.
Thank you for throwing a paper ball at me, Joel. That's funny, the redemption didn't come up in my chat. That's odd. Very interesting.
Silent redemption.
Anyway, so we did entile, which means that we are done. README. So we're gonna have to put this in the window functions rather than the analytics. Moving average, running totals, year-on-year changes. Let's get together and it'll be all right. Moving average. That's a cool one. So let's do that here. And we're gonna call it creating equal sized buckets. And we have to get rid of BigQuery and Snowflake because they're not correct. Where is a Postgres one? Here's a Postgres one. Perfect. Oh, funny, I was disconnected from the chat room for a moment. Did my internet go down? Was the stream down? Everything looks okay. No. Okay. Good to know. Strange. I was disconnected from chat, so that's odd. Postgres and tile. It happens sometimes on Twitch. It's not like the drop game. So you say, noob. Yeah, that's pretty weird. So, that should work. If I click this, I should get to my query. Ta-da! Perfect. So that's good. Get it good. Time to commit. Added endtile function for creating equal sized buckets. Added endtile with some generated data, random, changes each time. The code is run, readme updated as well. Commit and push. Yes, I do. Pushy push. And I think this is fine, right? Yeah, all good. So that's done. We go to terminal. Did anyone win? Did anyone land? Oh, it's still going. Oh no, it's still going. But I don't think anyone's gonna land, if I had to guess. So we're gonna do git status, good, git checkout main. And now we're back on the main branch. This stuff disappears and we're done. Goodbye. Goodbye to you, goodbye to you. So essentially, this is what we've done. It's free real estate. Our drops have to land in the bush. Yes, they have to land in the bush to score points. It's an Easter themed drop. There's like the pool, there's like a portal, there's all kinds of ones. So you see, now I have these different branches. And I'm not going to open the pull requests until my other pull request has been merged. Because if I pull request these to their main, it's going to do some weird stuff, I think. What song is this I'm changing? I'm sorry. So I'll just do that off stream. It's no problem. So we did quite a lot of stuff, actually. If we look at the code we wrote today, where is my... So if I go to... Yeah, I mean, look at all the stuff we did. Did endtile, generate series, moving average. And on main we wrote... So we wrote 5. The pull requests will be fine if they come from different branches. Really? So if I look at moving average, for example, and I do base repository count SQL snippets, and I do SQL snippets moving average, you see it's taking my 5 commits here. Did the house land? No. Really? Ian landed? Nice. I bounced off you. I'm sorry, Mary. So you see, Ilya, You see how it's taking these commits in? It's doing all of them in the pull request. Yeah, so that's why I didn't want to do that, basically. I'll wait till that's resolved because I don't want them all in the same pull request. You can open the game in the real browser and then have a fast, fluid game once. Yes, we will do that, noob. We will most certainly be having a proper drop game. One moment. I'm just gonna finish up. This track is so robot-y. Awesome. So I hope you enjoyed that. That was pretty cool. I'm gonna shut down my Docker so I have even more memory available for drop game. Okay. So we'll shut down Docker. And I'm gonna make sure to not dox my Pixel Plush instance. How about that? What will be interesting, actually... One moment. What would be quite interesting is if I go to my drop game and go to properties. One moment. Okay, so I don't want to show the URL because that's apparently a very bad thing to do. View. How can I hide the URL? Is there a way to do that? Or let's just try one thing. I need to hide the URL, Jeff, because the URL is unique to my stream. And if someone has it, they're able to use it. Okay, so in the browser, it worked just fine. I'll tell you that. So maybe it's a refresh problem. Not a refresh problem. It seems like a OBS issue, if I had to guess. Because in the browser, it works just fine. If you don't have any token in the URL, it's just a channel equals Matty Two Shoes thingy, which isn't leaking anything. Yeah, I have a token in there, but I just removed all that stuff, which I think is a good suggestion. You need to update your Adobe Flash plugins. Thank you, Ilya. Thank you. Parachute drop. 1 second. Chat announcement. Hide until drop. No clouds. No background. Sound volume 15. Chat command drop. Oh, interesting. I can't generate the URL. When you add it as an overlay to OBS, do you include the token? I do, but technically you don't need to, right? Maybe it's trying to do some OAuth stuff in the background. Maybe. Oh, how does that look, chat? Otherwise, anyone could get there. flip this. Are we good? We good, chat? Oh yeah. I can only drop once per game, so... Okay, this looks good. I fixed it. Probably not the intentional way, but I fixed it. 60 FPS. Congratulations, Jeff. 74.48. You can only drop once per... So I took out the OAuth out of the URL, and that seems to have done the trick. And what I've noticed now is that the frame... I cut off the... It's fine, I don't care, actually. It doesn't really matter. But technically I could move this up one so that they would be in front. But I don't want to cover people's names who've donated and stuff. So this is fine. But so drop is a contest and you've won, Jeff. Very simple. Congratulations. I think I even have a very nice congratulatory sound for that. I thought I did. You won without knowing it, which is pretty impressive. That's always very impressive. So, chat, it's time to go to bed for me. And we have a couple of raid opportunities. Thank you for booping. Boop. We have a couple of raid opportunities. I think... Let me just check if this is the right choice. Yeah, I figured you thought it would be a sound effect, but it's not a sound effect. And thank you for sending good vibes, Joel. I appreciate that. I definitely need them for this weekend. The weather is pretty blah here. So I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. That is a great suggestion, Ilya, and that is where we shall be going as well, is exactly to Leslie's stream. She's doing stuff with Python. Oh, are you disappointed, Jeff? Ooh, it failed? That's very bad. There was a problem with sound alerts today, though. Yeah, there was something wrong with sound alerts today, Jeff. I'm sorry about that. I can't refund your 500, unfortunately. Yeah, there's a... I think they have... Because I re-authenticated and it worked before when Ian farted. Like... No, don't throw more money at it. Use them for bunny cam instead. It's better. It's better investment. So yeah, we're gonna head over to Leslie's place on Twitch. We're gonna do a raid message. The raid message today that you should copy paste from chat is SQL over... No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to start any wars. Is Python your friend? So this is the raid message. Everyone is going to copy this now to their clipboards. And we are going to spam Leslie's chat as we arrive with is Python your friend? How about that? Okay. So thanks again for hanging out, everyone. Joel, you know that's a forbidden word. Don't make me get rid of it. Thanks everyone for being here. I really appreciated you. It was good fun today. And I hope to see you in a more comfortable chair for me on Monday. Thank you, Ilya. Thank you, Ian. Thank you everyone for joining. I appreciate you. Bye-bye.